And welcome back, folks, to day 2 of this 3-game series between the Chattanooga State Tigers and the Columbia State Chargers. We have a beautiful day here in Chattanooga today. And on the mound for the Tigers today will be Ian Sonner, and behind the dish will be Luke Sweeney. And in the box for the Chargers, number 3, Hudson Miles. And the first pitch delivery of the day is a called strike on the outside corner. Ian Sonner, a sophomore right-handed pitcher for the Tigers. Luke Sweeney, a freshman catcher. The 0-1 delivery. Swung on a miss for strike 2 on the outside corner. Sonner quickly ahead in the count, 0-2. And as Miles steps in for the 0-2 pitch, Sonner toes the rubber. The 0-2 is grounded to third base, thrown across the diamond. And safe at first base. Hansen slow with it to get it to throw across the diamond. And Miles beats it out for an infield single. Sonner, fantastic job of filling up the zone so far. We'll bring up number 7, Tyler Jenkins. 1 hit today, recorded for the Chargers. And the double play is in order for the Tigers here in the top of the first. Squares around the bunt. Hansen comes in charging. Throws it to first for the out. Not before Jenkins advances Miles to second base. And there's 1 out here in the top of the first. Sonner, with 4 pitches and 4 strikes so far, has 1 out. That brings up number 16, Clint Seymour. The 0-0 to Seymour. Swung on and popped up to center field. McCarron traveling back. Will catch it. Miles tags up from second base. And the throw from McCarron goes in the middle of the diamond. 2 outs here for the Tigers in the top of the first. Miles on third base. Sonner doing a fantastic job of filling up the zone. Bringing up number 42, Arturo Rodriguez. Sonner toes the rubber. And the 0-0 pitch to Rodriguez is fouled off on the right side for strike 1. Rodriguez steps in for the 0-1 pitch from Sonner. And the pitch is a called strike curveball in the inside corner of the plate. Very well executed pitch from Sonner. And Rodriguez is quickly down 0-2. The 0-2 pitch from Sonner. Swung on a miss for strike 3. And Sonner does a fantastic job in the top of the first inning, throwing 0 balls. And the Tigers will step into the box at the bottom of the first. And we're back at the bottom of the first inning where the Tigers will step in the box for the first time of the day. We have a doubleheader today in Chattanooga. On the mound for the Chargers is Dylan Alonso. And behind the plate looks to be number 13, Russ Lambert. Leading off for the Tigers is number 7, Sam Walter. And the first pitch is missing inside with a fastball. Count is 1-0. Sam Walter, a sophomore outfielder for the Tigers, had a very, very good day yesterday, going 2 for 3 with 2 doubles. The 1-0 is low and away for ball 2. Sam Walter ahead in the count, 2-0. Hitter-friendly count here early on in his at-bat. As Alonso steps on the mound to deliver the 2-0. This swung on and fouled off on the right side. Count is 2-1 now. Walter, a very, very disciplined hitter for the Tigers. Very aggressive at the same time. Steps in for the 2-1. Check swing. It looks like it's going to be a called strike. Count is even back to 2-2. Alonso working his way back to a 2-2 count. And here's the pitch. Misses outside for 3-2. Alonso thought it was strike 3, asking the umpire where he misses, and the umpire says outside. Walter steps in for the 3-2. And he walks him. Walter, first at bat will be a walk. And that brings up the center fielder, Devin McCarron. McCarron, outstanding day yesterday at the plate, going 5 for 5 with a load of RBIs and 2 home runs, one being out of the park and one being somewhat in the park. No outs here in the bottom of the first as McCarron looks for the 0-0 and is taken for a strike off speed and is behind 0-1. And it's a pick off the first, and Sam Walter will slide back in safely. Tigers swung the bat very well yesterday, leading to a 12-3 lead over the Chargers. And a swung on and miss for strike 2, low and away. Alonso ahead in the count, 0-2 on McCarron. McCarron looking to battle in the box. It's a quick pick off the first, and Walter will slide back in safely again. So Alonso toes the rubber for the 0-2. Called strike 3 on the corner. McCarron is 0 for 1 on the day with a first strikeout. And that would be the first out of the bottom of the first for the Chargers. Now bringing up sophomore second baseman for the day, Braden Graves. Graves not playing yesterday with a hand issue, but looks to be back and ready to go as he steps in the box for his first AB of the day. The 0-0 to Graves. Called strike on the outside corner, getting his timing down. And Alonso is filling up the zone now. Is ahead 0-1. Braden Graves, 0-1. Takes it for a ball low away. Count will be even 1-1. Graves, one of the hottest hitters on the Tigers lineup. There's a back pick to first, and Walter will slide back in safely again. Graves awaiting the 1-1. Swung in line on the right center gap, and Walters will stay at second. And that is the first hit of the day for the Tigers. Nicely done from Graves. Bringing up Logan Wallace, the first baseman. Wallace having an outstanding day as well yesterday, going 5 for 5 for himself. looks to move the runners around and hopefully get the Tigers an early lead. 2 7-inning games today, folks. As Wallace steps in for the 0-0. Swung on and hitting the center field, and it'll get down, and that'll load the bases. Wallace extends his hitting to now 6 for 6. And the bases are loaded for the freshman catcher, Luke Sweeney. Two hits now for the Tigers in the bottom of the first, as Sweeney steps in the box for his first debut of the day. First pitch, taken for ball high. As Sweeney awaits the 1-0. Alonso comes set, and the delivery swung on a miss for strike one. Sweeney steps in for the 1-1 count. As ball high and outside, count is 2-1. On deck for the Tigers is number 24, Carter Hansen. Hansen having a day as well yesterday, going, I believe, 3 for 3. The 2-1. Swung on and hit to the second baseman. It's going to be a fielder's choice going to second base. He throws across, and he will be safe, and that'll be a RBI single for Luke Sweeney. Fielder's choice, and the Tigers jump ahead early, 1-0. Nicely executed from Sweeney to get a run across. And that'll bring up Carter Hansen. Hansen, a sophomore. Lined, and the second baseman jumps and grabs it. Not before the Tigers score 1 run in the bottom of the first inning, jumping ahead, and we will head into the top of the second inning. And we're back at the top of the second, where the Tigers lead the Chargers after the first inning, 1-0. On the mound still for the Tigers is Ian Sonner. Stepping in the box now will be number 5, Camden Vaughn. And 0-0 to Vaughn is a called strike on the outside part of the corner. 0-1 the count to Vaughn. Just misses inside. Small miss from Sauner. In fact, the first ball of the day he's thrown. Sauner toes the rubber for the 1-1. And delivers just a small miss on the outside part of the plate. Counts 2-1. Very competitive misses from Sauner so far. Two 2-1 to Vaughn. The pitch. Just misses again on the outside part of the plate. Very small misses from Sauner. And as a called strike right down the middle, even the count back up to 3-2 for a full count. In here with the press box. With me today is dear friend Brady Chandler. Working the scoreboard today for Chattanooga State Tigers. And the 3-2 just misses again on the outside part of the plate. Sauner living away. Hopefully we'll get the call later on in the game. But not before Vaughn walks. And the double play is again in order for the Tigers. And now number 25, Brady Hendricks, is at the plate. And on deck for the Tigers is number 26, Cade Henson. The 0-0. Popped up. Carter Hansen has a bead on it. And we'll catch it for the first out of the inning. One pitch, one out for Sauner. We'll break up Cade Henson. Beautiful day here in Chattanooga. Mid-60s degree weather. Little to no wind. The 0-0 to Henson. There's a called curveball in the outside corner. Sauner doing a fantastic job of filling up the zone today for the Tigers. Is ahead 0-1 on Henson. Just misses on the outside corner again with a fastball, bringing the count to 1-1. Just misses high with a curveball. 2-1 to Henson. Sauner toes the rubber. Looks over at the runner at first base. And will back pick. But Vaughn will slide back in safely. One out here at the top of the second inning. Back pick again. And it's called safe again. Sauner toes the rubber. And the 2-1. Swung on. Hit foul the right side, bringing the count even to 2-2. Sauner waiting for the signal for the 2-2. Gets the sign. And the 2-2. Swung on. Hit in front of the plate. Sauner has a play on it. We'll throw it to first for the second out of the inning. And the umpire will check the ball. As Henson hits a cue ball to Sauner. And it looks to be all good. Bringing up number 13. The catcher, Russ Lambert. Lambert's first debut of the series as he faces the sophomore right-handed pitcher for the Tigers. Sonner awaiting the signal. Delayed signal. And the 0-0 to Lambert is a curveball right down the middle, called for a ball. Sonner behind 1-0. The 1-0 from Sonner is a called strike curveball on the outside part of the corner. And the count is 1-1. Sonner toes the river for the 1-1. Is a called strike on the outside part of the plate, and is ahead now 1-2. The 1-2 from Sonner, swung on and chopped to the second baseman Braden Graves, and is bobbled and will hold it, and everybody is safe. Ball hit the dirt before it got to Braden Graves and died and bobbled. And that will lead to a 2-out error on the Tigers. Sweeney giving the signs as number 2, Michael McLennan steps into the box. Sonner again filling up the zone very well for the Tigers today so far. We'll toe the rubber for the 0-0. Misses just high for ball 1. Sonner being around the zone for the most part today. The 1-0 to McLennan. Swung on and chopped to the 4-hole. Braden Graves makes a dive and play, throws it to first, and is picked for the 3rd out of the inning. What a play from the second baseman, and what a scoop from Logan Wallace at first base to save the tying run to coming home, and the Tigers get out of the jam and will be in the lineup again to extend their lead. And we're back at the bottom of the second inning. Alonso's still on the mound for the Chargers. As number 9, Brody Blue steps into the box. Sophomore outfielder. But today is the DH for the Tigers. Looking for his first hit of the series against the Chargers. The 0-0. Ball high. Alonso was down 1-0 to Brody Blue. On deck for the Tigers would be number 12, Taylor Head. Misses again high for ball 2. Brody Blue, a very disciplined hitter at the plate for the Tigers. 2-0 to Blue. Is ball 3 low. Hitter friendly count here for Brody, as it is 3-0. As Alonso pitches. Will be strike 1 on the outside part of the plate. Count is 3-1 now. Still a picky count for Brody Blue. And is swung on, hit sharply to the second baseman. Fields it cleanly and throws it over to first for the first out of the inning. That'll bring up the shortstop for the Tigers, Taylor Head. And on deck for the Tigers, sophomore outfielder, Tyler Jones. Taylor Head awaits the 0-0. And Alonso misses high again for ball 1. And it's high and popped up. Second baseman going back. It looks like he's camped under it for the second out of the inning. Tigers doing a very good job yesterday with 2-out hitting. Let's see if Tyler Jones can extend the hitting session for the Tigers here in the bottom of the second inning with a 2-out hit. And that would bring up the top of the order for the Tigers if so. And Alonso is ahead 0-1 in the count with a strike on the outside part of the plate. 0-1. Swung on and hit sharply foul down the right side. Jones quickly behind 0-2 to Alonso. Alonso with 1 strikeout on the day. As Tyler Jones awaits the 0-2 and is strikeout number 2. Alonso gets out of the inning. No runs allowed. And we will head into the top of the third inning. And we're back at the top of the third inning of this 7th-inning game. Tigers still leading the Chargers 1-0. And Ian Sonner is still on the mound for the Tigers. On the top of the order again for the Chargers, number 3, Hudson Miles. The 0-0 to Miles. Swung on a miss for strike 1. The 0-1 to Miles from Sonner is chopped to the left side as a foul ball. That'll be the second strike of the at-bat. And Sonner is quickly ahead 0-2. The 0-2 from Sonner is chopped to shortstop. Taylorhead makes a good play, throws across the diamond for the first out of the inning. Funky hop. Taylorhead cleanly fields it. Throws a strike over to first base for the first out. That'll bring up number 7, Tyler Jenkins. Jenkins 0 for 1 on the day with a ground ball to third base. And the 0-0. Swung on, hit sharply to the gap, and that will drop down for a base hit for Jenkins. Second hit of the day for the Chargers. And that will bring up number 16, Clint Seymour. Tigers in a good spot here for a double play ball. Sonner, a very quick pickoff move to first if he needs to. As Seymour awaits the 0-0. And he does pick off to first. And Jenkins will slide back in safely. Jenkins grabbing at his arm as he slid back into first, but looks to be okay. The 0-0 to Seymour. Misses high for ball 1. As Sonner toes the rubber for the 1-0. And gets a strike 1 call with a curveball. Count is even back to 1-1. Seymour steps into the box for the 1-1 count. Back pick to first, and Jenkins will get back in safely, standing up. The 1-1 to Seymour is another curveball. Called for a strike, and the count is 1-2. The 1-2 from Sonner. Just misses on the outside part of the plate. For the second ball of the at-bat. The 2-2 to Seymour. As Sonner delivers. This is high and outside for ball 3. And the count is 3-2 now. As Sonner toes the rubber for the 3-2. Runner takes off. And it's hit to the second baseman, Braden Graves. And he fields it cleanly, throws it over to first for the second out of the inning. Jenkins advances to second base safely, but not before the second out is recorded for the Tigers here in the top of the third inning. And that'll bring up number 42, Arturo Rodriguez. Rodriguez with a strikeout, his first at bat. As Sonner delivers the 0-0 pitch. And the 0-0 is hit, popped into center field. Sam Walter calls it off, and that'll be the third out of the inning. And the Tigers escape base runners again and still lead 1-0 as we head into the bottom of the third. And we're back with the bottom of the third inning as Alonso is still on the mound for the Chargers. And that brings up the top of the order for the Tigers as Sam Walter steps into the box for his second at-bat of the day, reaching base, his first at-bat with a walk. And the 0-0 misses high and inside for ball one. The 1-0 to Walter. Alonso delivers. Swung and fouled off of the right side for strike one. The 1-1 to Walter. Swung on and hit foul again. And is behind 1-2 in the count. Sam Walter, a very disciplined hitter for the Tigers. Looking to fight in the box. As the 1-2 to Walter is fouled off again. Count still remains 1-2. As Walter steps into the box again. And the 1-2 misses high and inside. Evens up the count, 2-2. And the 2-2 to Walter. Misses high for ball three, and the count is 3-2 now. Sam working a really good count back and having a really good AB so far. And the 3-2 for Walter. Misses inside for another walk on the day for Walter. And reaches base again. Another great AB from Sam Walter. Coach is having a discussion with the umpire, not agreeing with the call. As number 25, Devin McCarron, steps to the box for his second AB of the day. Alonso beating him the first time with a strikeout. And the 0 to McCarron. Misses high for ball one. Devin, a sophomore, playing center field for the Tigers today. Gets jammed. Third baseman comes across, fields it cleanly, throws it to first for the first out of the bottom of the third. Walter advances to second base safely. As number 3, Braden Graves, steps it to the plate with a single, his first at bat, in the right center field gap. One out here for the Chargers in the bottom of the third inning. And the 0-0 to Graves. Swung and fouled off for strike one. As Graves digs in for the 0-1. Fouls it off again for strike two. Graves behind 0-2 in the count. And on deck for the Tigers is number 29, Logan Wallace. And the 0-2 to Graves is low and away for ball one. Looking for a swing, and the umpire in the field says no, he didn't. Which will bring the count to 1-2. As Graves steps in for the 1-2 count. Alonso delivers. And they're looking for a swing. And it looks like they did for the second out of the inning. 2 outs here now in the bottom of the third inning, with Sam Walter stranded at second base. And Logan Wallace stepping in looking to see if he can extend the Tigers at bat. Oh, swung on and missed for strike one. And it looks like the wind has picked up just a little bit here in Chattanooga. Wallace is 6 for 6 in this series so far. And it's fouled off again for strike two. Wallace, a very good two-strike hitter, looking to extend this at bat as he steps in for the 0-2 against Alonso. And he fouls it off again, and the count remains 0-2. As Wallace digs in for the 0-2. 2 outs here in the bottom of the third inning for the Chargers. And swing and a miss from Alonso. And Alonso's fired up as the Tigers strand one base runner that inning as we head into the top of the fourth inning.
We're back at the top of the fourth inning. Ian Saunders still on the mound for the Tigers. Now batting for the Chargers, number 5, Camden Vaughn. First pitch line to center for a single. Now batting for the Chargers, number 25, Brady Hendricks. That pitch hits him. Up for the Chargers now is number 26, Cade Hitson.
Chargers now have man on first and second with no outs here. It's number 26. Cade Hitson comes to the plate. That's number 25. Brady Hendricks was just hit by a pitch. His inside move to second base. No play there. First disengagement of the at-bat for Ian Saunders. Saunders 0-0 to Hitson. Is a ball low. I believe Vaughn led off the inning with a single up the middle, leading to the third hit for the Chargers for today. 1-0 to Saunders. Is a strike on the inside corner. Count is even back to 1-1 now, here with no outs in the top of the fourth inning. Saunders delivers. Swung on and popped up in the infield. Taylor Head coming in to call it off. Infield fly rule is called. That's the first out of the top of the fourth inning. With one out now, number 13, the catcher for today, Russ Lambert, comes to the plate. And the double play is in order for the Tigers. As Saunders awaits the signal and toes the rubber. And Lambert digs in for his second at bat of the day. And chops it to second base, looking for a double play. And Lambert beats it out at first base, but not before the Tigers get one out. 2 outs here at the top of the fourth inning. It's number 2, Michael McClendon, steps to the plate. Runners at first and third for the Chargers right now. And as Sweeney will give the first and third signal. Wouldn't be surprised if Lambert at first base takes off to limit the force out at second base. As Saunders delivers the 0-0 to McClendon. Misses outside, and Luke Sweeney with a fantastic block. And the count is 1-0 to McClendon. Luke Sweeney, a phenomenal freshman catcher for the Tigers, has worked very hard this spring so far and has held his own very well. As the sophomore right-hander toes the mound to deliver the 1-0 pitch. Sweeney sets up outside and misses high and inside. And the count is quickly 2-0. Saunders delivers the 2-0. And is a called strike on the outside part of the plate. Count is 2-1 now. Saunders toes the rubber for the 2-1. Misses low and outside for ball 3, and the count is 3-1 to McClendon. On deck at the top of the order for the Chargers, Hudson Miles. And then 3-1 from Saunders. Is chopped to third base and thrown across the diamond for the third out. And Saunders gets out of another jam again. And the Tigers still remain in the lead 1-0 as we head into the bottom of the fourth. As we come to the bottom of the fourth inning, Tigers still leading the Chargers 1-0 as the catcher Luke Sweeney steps into the box for his second AB of the day. With a ground out to second base, but leading to an RBI, giving the Tigers their first run of the game. Sweeney swings and misses at the first one, and it's behind 0-1. The 0-1. Taken for a ball on the outside part of the plate. Count is quickly 1-1. The 1-1 to Sweeney. Misses way outside for ball 2. As Sweeney awaits the 2-1 from Alonso. Just a bit outside. And the count is quickly 3-1. From Alonso. Swung on a foul off to the left side, and the count is back to 3-2 for a full count. Sweeney looking to reach base first time for today. And he will, as he hits a hard ground ball off Alonso's foot and will reach first base, and I believe that will be a hit. Really hard ground ball, and Alonso falling off the mound, and it hits right off the bottom of his foot. And they're looking to check to see if he's okay. It looks like he will. And that will be the third hit for the Tigers today. As number 24, Carter Hansen, the third baseman for today, steps into the box for his second AB of the day. First AB, he hits a hard line drive right to the second baseman, jumps up and snags it for the third out of the inning. Hansen awaits the 0-0. Hansen takes strike one on the inside part of the plate. Count is 0-1 to Hansen. And the 0-1 just misses on the outside part of the plate. And the count will be 1-1. And Alonso is not happy about the strike calls from the umpire, with repetitive asking where he misses. May not be the best thing, but we'll see as Hansen awaits the 1-1. And hits it to the right side as a foul ball. It'll be a long strike too. Hansen behind 0-0. Excuse me. Words are hard some days. As Hansen behind 1-2 now. And it's a back pick to first. And Sweeney will slide back in safely. And the count is now even 2-2. 2-2 to Hansen. Just popped up, straight up in the infield. Don't know who's calling it yet. And Alonso catches it. And that'll be the first out of the inning. As Brody Blue steps into the box for his second AB of the day. Blue out for a few games with a back issue, but looks to be back and healthy now and ready to go for the Tigers. As he awaits the 0-0 pitch from Alonso. And as a strike call on the outside part of the plate. Catcher couldn't handle it, but a strike nevertheless. 0-1 the count on Blue. The DH for today for the Tigers. As Birdie awaits the 0-1. There's a ball low in the dirt, and the count is 1-1 now. Look to be a changeup. as Alonso, waiting to deliver the 1-1 pitch to Birdie Blue, is swung on and hit sharply into the left center field gap. Left fielder camped underneath it and catches it for the second out of the inning. And that'll bring up the shortstop for the Tigers, Taylor Head. 0 for 1 today with a mile-high pop-up to the second baseman. 2 outs now for Don Alonso, as Luke Sweeney is still at first base. Taylor Head looking to extend the 2-out hitting for the Tigers that they displayed very well yesterday. And it's a back pick to first, and Sweeney slides back in safely. And Alonso's waiting to deliver the 0-0 pitch to Taylor Head. And it's swung on, chopped to the shortstop, thrown to the second baseman for the third out of the inning. And the Tigers strand yet again another runner, but still lead 1-0 heading into the top of the fifth. And we're back heading into the top of the fifth inning as the Tigers still lead the Chargers in a close game, 1-0. And at the top of the order now, Hudson Miles steps in for another at bat of the day. Ian Sonner toes the rubber, waiting to deliver the 0-0 pitch. And he does. And just misses inside with a breaking ball. 1-0 the count, as Sonner gets the sign. And the 1-0 misses high for ball 2. Sonner pitching very well for the Tigers so far today. And the 2-0 pitch to Miles is popped up, and it may stay in. Luke Sweeney's underneath it and drops it. Past few days, Tigers have struggled behind the plate with catcher pop-ups, and Sonner wishes Sweeney would have caught that one for an easy first out of the inning. But nevertheless, it's a strike, and the count is 2-1. It's fouled off the right side, and the count is 2-2 now. As Sonner toes the rubber for the 2-2 count to Miles. And popped up on the right side again. Right into the parking lot. And the count remains 2-2. And the 2-2 from Sonner. Misses inside and low for a 3-2 count. The 3-2 fouled off, and the at-bat will still continue. The 3-2 pitch from Sonner is underway and is popped up on the left side, and the at-bat will still continue with the count 3-2. Both sides competing, as Miles is not going down very easy. And Sonner's 3-2 again to Miles. Misses high inside for a ball, and that'll be a walk for the Chargers. Bringing up number 7, Tyler Jenkins. Singled his last at bat. And the double play is in order for the Tigers yet again. Miles a quick runner for the Chargers at first base, as Jenkins awaits the 0-0 from Sonner. It is outside, and Sweeney manages to catch it for ball 1. Sweeney with a strong arm behind the plate could have a chance to throw a runner out at second base if he were to steal. And we'll have a coaches meeting on the mound with Ian Sonner. As we're back with a brief mound visit from the pitching coach for the Tigers, and Ian Sonner waiting to deliver the 1-0 pitch to Jenkins. There's a back pick to first, and Miles will slide back in safely. Looks to be a little bit of activity in the Tigers bullpen. Looks to be Miles Johnson and Jordan Watson. Has Sonner's 1-0 pitch to Jenkins. Swung on and missed for strike 1. Count is even at 1-1 now. And the 1-1 is a back pick to first. And we'll slide back in safely. The 1-1 from Jenkins. Swung on and popped straight up. Braden Graves underneath it. Taylor Head looks like he's going to call it off, and he will. And that'll be the first out of the top of the 5th inning for the Tigers. And that'll bring up number 16, Clint Seymour. as the double play is still in order for the Tigers. As Sonner delivers the 0-0 pitch to Seymour and his back pick the first. And Miles will slide back in safely yet again. Yesterday's outing, Reed Leonard managed to pick off 2 of the Chargers in very key situations. And the 0-0 misses high and outside for ball 1. And the 1-0 from Sonner is another pick to first. Miles is back safely yet again. And the 1-0. Miles takes off, swing and a miss. Sweeney throws down, is offline, and Miles takes second base. 1-1 count here to Seymour. And on deck for the Chargers is Arturo Rodriguez. And the 1-1 from Sonner. Swung on and grounded to second base. Fielded cleanly by Graves and thrown over for the second out. Miles advances to third base for the 3rd time today. And that'll bring up Arturo Rodriguez. As Sonner digs in for the 0-0. And it is a passed ball, and the Chargers will score their first run of the game as Sweeney couldn't handle the high heat from Sonner, and is now a tie game, 1-1. Miscue, costly miscue from the Tigers. That is 1-0 to Rodriguez. It is lined. It will be a base hit. And 2-out base hit for Rodriguez will continue Chargers at bat. Bringing up number 5, Camden Vaughn. Vaughn with a single of his own last at bat. Sonner still pitching well for the Tigers. And that is 4 hits on the day for the Chargers. He misses low and inside for ball 1. The 1-0 from Sonner. It's popped up on the left side. Should be playable. And Taylorhead makes an outstanding catch for the 3rd out of the inning. And that'll strand a base runner for the Chargers, not before they tie it up 1-1 as we head into the bottom of the 5th inning. As we head to the bottom of the fifth inning, score is now tied up at 1-1, with the Chargers having 4 hits and the Tigers having 3. And the sophomore left-handed outfielder, Tyler Jones, will step into the box for his second AB of the day. Strike out his first time up at the plate. And the 0-0. He's taken for a ball low, and the count is 1-0. A lot of room up the middle for Tyler to work with. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on and hit sharply down the line, and it'll tail foul for a long strike 1. Well struck by Jones. Just a little bit early. If that did find green grass, that may have been a double for Tyler Jones. The 1-1 pitch. It's fouled straight back, and the count is 1-2. See how well Tyler works with a 1-2 count from Alonso. And the pitch. It's low and away for ball 2. And the 2-2 pitch. Hit sharp at left field. Left fielder going back. Camped under it for the first out of the inning. Hit well. Just right at the left fielder. And that'll bring up the top of the order for the Tigers yet again, as Sam Walter digs in for his third at-bat of the day, with 2 walks on the day. 2 very competitive at-bats, but finds a free 90. And the 0-0 to Walter is a ball high. It counts 1-0. And ball yet again high, and Alonso is not happy at all. Count is 2-0 for Walter. Hitter from the count here. Still has to be picky. And it's ball 3 low. And the count is quickly 3-0. And the 3-0 to Walter is ball 4. And that's 3 walks on the day for Walter. Alonso's still not very satisfied with the umpire behind the plate, but he'll have to deal with it. As number 25, the center fielder for the day, Devin McCarron, stepped up to the plate. One out here in the bottom of the 5th inning. And there's a ball in the field from the bullpen. McCarron looking for his first hit of the day. And the 0-0. Swung on a shot to the left side. And the count is 0-1. Braden Graves on deck for the Tigers. And the 0-1 is a back pick. First base, and Sam Walter will slide back in safely. The 0-1 to McCarron is high and inside for ball 1. And the count is 1-1. Pops straight back. And that'll be the second strike of the at-bat for Devin McCarron. And the count is 1-2. McCarron, the hottest hitter for the Tigers here this spring, with numerous home runs it's fouled off again, and the count remains 1-2. And McCarron digs in for the 1-2, and Alonso back picks the first base. And Walters is back safely. And the 1-2 pitch. There's a high throw. It was a line drive to second baseman, and he caught it. Sam Walter slides back in safely to first, and it was a miscue throw to first base, and Walter will advance to second base safely. Third time Sam Walter has reached second base without scoring today. And another 2-out opportunity for Braden Graves to extend the Tigers' hitting. And the 0-0 to Graves. This ball way up and out for first ball of the at bat. On deck for the Tigers, number 29, Logan Wallace. Wallace with a hit for himself today, as well as Braden Graves. Graves chops this to the left side for a foul ball, fielded cleanly by the third base coach. And the count is now 1-1. Chop to the foul. Left side again, and the count is 1-2 now, as Alonso's ahead in the count. As Graves steps in for the 1-2 count with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th inning. And battling again, hits a ball to the left side as a foul ball. Count stays 1-2. Graves, another dangerous hitter for the Tigers, steps in for the 1-2 again. And it will be a ball low in the dirt for ball 2. Nice job by the catcher blocking it up, allowing Sam Walter not to allow him to go to third. Alonso's shaking off the sign and toes the rubber for the 2-2 pitch. And it's hit to the 6 hole, and Braden Graves does a great job of a 2-out knock to find a way on as Walter advances to third base and Braden Graves to first. Going to be first and third here for the Tigers with 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. Graves, fantastic job finding a way on base right there. Looks like there'll be a pitcher's mound visit for the Columbia State Chargers. After a brief mound visit from the head coach from Columbia State with Dylan Alonso on the mound, Logan Wallace will step in for his third at-bat of the day with runners on first and third for the Tigers with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. As Graves fake steals, and Wallace will take ball 1. 1-0 to Wallace. A lot of room in the 6-hole and the 4-hole for Wallace to work with. He grounds it right to the shortstop. And Dylan Alonso gets out of the jam. Wallace, very impatient at the plate, doesn't get the job done. And we will head into the top of the 6th inning. Ball game 1-1. And we're back at the top of the 6th inning. Tigers are tied with the Chargers 1-1 here, with 4 hits on both sides. That's number 25. Brady Hendricks steps up to the plate. Ian Saunders still on the mound for the Tigers. And on deck for the Chargers is number 26, Cade Hitson. And the first pitch delivered from Saunders is a ball just outside for ball 1. And the 1-0 is a ball yet again outside. 2-0. And the 2-0 to Hendricks from Sonner. Is a ball high for 3-1. Small misses from Sonner. As the count is 3-0 for Hendricks. And it's strike 1 of the at bat, bring the count to 3-1. From Sonner. Swung on and popped up the left side. Tyler Jones drifting over and making the catch for the first out of the inning. Wind blew that over just a little bit, but nevertheless, first out. That'll bring up Cade Hitson. Sophomore right-hander Ian Sonner works back from a 3-0 count and gets an out. And the 0-0 to Hitson from Sonner. As a curveball just misses outside for ball 1. And the 1-0 from Sonner is swung and popped up to the left side, and it looks like it's going to carry out a play for a long strike 1. A lot of side spin on that ball, and it manages to find his way out of the field of play for strike one. Sonner toes the rubber for the 1-1 to Hitson. Receives a sign and is ready to go. And a ball high and outside. 2-1 count to Hitson. Swung on and lined right to Braden Graves for the second out of the inning. Hard contact. Braden makes a great play on it. And we have 2 outs here in the top of the 6th inning of this 7-inning game. Now number 13, the catcher for the Chargers today, Russ Lambert, steps in for his 3rd at-bat of the day. As a sophomore right-handed pitcher, Sonner toes the rubber for the pitch. Is low for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. And the 1-0 pitch from Sonner misses high for ball 2. And the 2-0 pitch from Sonner. This is low and inside for ball 3. Second time in a row, top of the 6th inning, he's gotten behind 3-0. And the 3-0 pitch from Sonner is a strike from the outside corner. Repeating what happened with the first at bat, and is now 3-1 the count to Lambert. And 3-1 from Sonner is low for ball 4. That'll be a 2-out walk for Lambert. As number 2, Michael McLennan comes up to the plate, and another mound visit for the Tigers. And we're back from a brief mound visit from the Tigers. As number 2, Michael McLennan steps into the box with 2 outs here in the top of the 6th inning. And the 0-0 is a strike on the outside part of the plate for strike 1. 0-1 to McLennan. As Sonner toes the rubber. And the 0-1 is a back pick to first. Soft move from Sonner, just to keep the runner on his toes. And the 0-1 from Sonner is swung on and grounded to second base. Fielded cleanly for the 3rd out of the inning. And as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning, tied up 1-1. And we're back at the bottom of the sixth inning as the Tigers and Chargers are tied up 1-1 with 4 hits apiece. Alonso's still on the mound for the Chargers as Luke Sweeney steps in. And the 0-0 to Sweeney is swung on and hit sharply to center field. Center fielder is trailing back and will make the catch just before the warning track. 1 pitch, 1 out for Alonso. We'll bring up number 24, Carter Hansen. And the 0-0 to Hansen. Is a ball. Ooh. Called strike on the outside corner. Looked a bit off the plate from up here. But nevertheless, strike 1. This is high and inside for ball 1. Counts 1-1 now. Swung on, hit sharply. And it gets through the 6 hole, and Carter Hansen has a base hit here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Now stepping to the plate, number 9, sophomore left-handed hitter, Brody Blue. As Brody Blue steps in for the 0-0 pitch with Carter Hansen at first base. Taking strike 1. And the count is, oh, it's a ball. Excuse me. He called that ball? Okay. Well, counts 1-0. Brody Blue digs in for the 1-0 pitch delivered from Alonso. Takes that for a strike on the inside part of the plate. 1-1 the count on Blue. This is low and inside for ball 2. The 2-0 count for Blue as he digs in and Alonso comes set. There's a ball outside and the count is now 3-1. And the 3-1 pitch is swung on and lined up the middle for a base hit for Brody Blue. Carter Hansen digging for third, and he slides in safely, and that's a base hit for Brody Blue. As the Tigers are now in business with 1 out. And a visitor in the press box today is Coach Dennis's big old dog, Argo. It looks like we'll have a mound visit from the head coach. After a brief mound visit from the Chargers head coach, Alonso looks to be still on the mound for the Chargers as number 12, Taylor Head, steps in the box with runners on first and third for the Tigers. Brody Blue with a single up the middle As Taylor Head takes ball 1. 1-0 the count on Taylor. Taylor Head looking for his first hit of the day. As Alonso comes set and delivers the pitch. Swung on and chopped up the middle. And it would be a RBI for Taylor Head, getting the job done. And Brody Blue advances to second base safely. And the Tigers now take the lead 2-1 here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Now bringing up left-handed sophomore Tyler Jones. And on deck for the Tigers, top of the order, sophomore outfielder Sam Walter. Walter with 3 walks on the day. As Tyler Jones digs in for the 0-0. And that's his first disengagement of that bat for Dylan Alonso. It looks to be some miscommunication between the catcher and the pitcher. And can't figure out what the issue is. But nevertheless, we will continue for the 0-0 pitch to Tyler Jones. As Jones digs in, here's the pitch. Ball 1. Looks to be activity in the Chargers bullpen right now. As Alonso steps on the mound for the 1-0 pitch to Tyler Jones. And misses high again for ball 2. Hey, get out of there. Get out of there. Hey. There's nothing in there for you.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing in there for you. It's just trash.
That's what he thought. Come here, puppy boy. Argo puppy.
Argo.
He's very naughty. He's
Hi,
very
buddy.
naughty puppy. Come here.
And the 2-0 to Jones. Misses outside for ball 3. And the count is now 3-0 to Jones. Looking to extend this 2-out hitting rally for the Tigers. Tigers now today with 6 hits. And the Chargers with 4. And that's ball 4. 4 straight balls from Alonso. Leads to a 4-pitch walk to Tyler Jones. And that'll bring the top of the order up for the Tigers, Sam Walter. And that might do it for Alonso for the day. After 5 2/3 from Alonso, his outing will come to a conclusion. Now pitching for the Chargers, number 29, Owen Wilson. And the top of the order for the Tigers is now up at the plate, Sam Walter. Walter with 3 walks on the day could potentially break this game open for the Tigers. And the first pitch is a called strike on the outside corner, and the count is 0-1. Walter digs in for the 0-1. It is fouled off. And the count is 0-2 quickly on Walter. As Walter digs in for the 0-2. It's skied in the outfield. Both outfielders coming in, calling it. And that'll conclude the 6th inning for the Tigers. Not before they score 1 run to take the lead, 2-1. As we will head into the top of the 7th inning with the Tigers potentially be able to close out the game. And we're back in the top of the 7th inning where the Tigers now have the lead over the Chargers 2-1. And Ian Saunders is still on the mound for the Tigers. As the top of the order for the Chargers, Hudson Miles digs in for the 0-0 pitch. And it swung on and popped up. Called. And is out number 1 as Taylor Head catches it for the first one. And missed throw, but doesn't really matter because there's 1 out. Ian Saunders with 1 pitch, 1 out, as number 7, Tyler Jenkins, comes to the plate. And the 0-0 pitch to Jenkins. Just misses outside for ball 1. It swung on and foul to the left side for strike 1. And the count is back to even 1-1. The 1-1 from Sonner is a curveball called strike. And the count is now 1-2. The 1-2 from Sonner. And time is called. Sonner toes the rubber again for the 1-2. And the pitch. Swung on, strike 3. Sweeney with a great job of blocking it, and that is a second out of the inning. And Ian Saunders fired up as there's now 2 outs here in the top of the 7th inning for the Tigers, as number 16, Clint Seymour, comes to the plate with 2 outs. And the 0-0 pitch to Seymour is a called curveball strike on the outside corner of the plate for strike 1. And the 0-1 pitch from Sonner just misses inside for ball 1. Small miss, as the count is now even 1-1. Seymour digs in for the 1-1 pitch from Sonner. Here's the pitch. Just misses high for ball 2. And a 2-1 pitch from Sonner. Misses low and inside for ball 3. Three 1 now the count for Seymour. As Sonner toes the rubber, awaiting the sign, and he gets it. Sonner's 3-1. Misses inside, and that's a 2-out walk for Seymour. And that brings up number 42, Arturo Rodriguez. And head coach, Coach Dennis, is coming out to the mound. And it looks like it'll do it for Sonner. After 6 2/3, Kendall Brewer will come in and close this game out with 2 outs here in the top of the 7th inning. Phenomenal job done by Sonner, as the Tigers still lead 2-1 here in the top of the 7th. And we're back here at the top of the 7th inning. Tigers leading the Chargers 2-1 with 2 outs with a runner on first base with Arturo Rodriguez in the box. And Kendall Brewer will come into relief for the Tigers. Kendall's first pitch swung on and hit sharply down the line for a long foul ball. And the count is 0-1. Calvin. Correct. As Brewer toes the rubber for the 0-1 pitch to Arturo. And is hit high. Foul again. And the count is now 0-2 for Rodriguez. Kendall ahead 0-2 for the count right here. Looks to stay ahead. As Kendall digs on the mound. And Rodriguez steps in the box. The 0-2 is underway. Just misses outside. Luke Sweeney with a fantastic block back there to keep the runner at first base. So the count is now 1-2. Kendall toes the rubber for the 1-2 pitch. And fouled off on the right side, and the count remains 1-2. The wind picking up here in Chattanooga. Count still 1-2. As Brewer comes set. Sweeney setting up outside. And fouled off again. The count remains 1-2. Count still 1-2 here. As Rodriguez digs into the box again. The 1-2 from Brewer. Swung on and missed and strike 3. And Tigers take game 2 as we will go into game 3 here in just a few minutes. And the Tigers take this one 2-1 as we go into game 3 of the series against the Chargers. welcome back to Chattanooga State as the Tigers take on the Chargers in the Game 3 of this series. Tigers taking Game 1 12-3 yesterday and taking Game 1 40 minutes ago 2-1. The first pitch of the day is a called strike. Pitching for the Tigers, number 19, a freshman, Malachi Isom. Behind the plate, a sophomore, Jonathan Vigoa. And leading off for the Chargers, number 3, Hudson Miles. And the count is even up 1-1. Isom's 0-1-1. It's foul to the left side for strike 2. The 1-2 from Isom. It's popped up the right side. Sam Walter has a beat on it. Will come in and make the catch for the first out of the inning. Malachi Isom records his first out in the top of the first. That'll bring up number 7, Tyler Jenkins. The 0-0 to Jenkins. Swung on and chopped. Foul down the third base line. Carter Hansen fields it. It'll be strike 1. So Isom toes the rubber for the 0-1 to Jenkins. And it's lined into right field, right at Sam Walter for the second out of the inning. There's quickly 2 down here for the Tigers. The wind picking up a lot in the past few seconds. Two outs here in the top of the first inning for Isom. As the 0-0 pitch, the number 16, Clint Seymour, is a ball low. And the count will be 1-0. The 1-0 to Seymour. Swung on, hit it left side. And will tail foul for a long strike 1. The 1-1. Swung on and ground at the middle. Taylor Head makes a diving play, gets up, doesn't have a throw. And that will be the first infield hit and the first hit of the game for the Chargers. Now to the plate. Looks to be number 27. 27, Bo Culver. The 0-0 to Culver from Isom. As a called curveball for strike 1. 2 outs here in the top of the first inning. Runner on first base. Culver with his first plate appearance of this series. With 2 outs here. Isom's 0-1. Swung on in line to left field, and that's going to be a base hit for Culver. And everybody will be safe, advancing to the next base. 2-out knock for Culver will bring up number 5, Camden Vaughn. Isom filling up the zone very well. Chargers making contact with it. And there's a man on first and second here. 2 outs in the top of the first inning for the Chargers. Vaughn having a pretty decent series so far. We'll take ball 1 outside. Has recorded a few hits from both games so far. As he's ahead in the count 1-0. pitch from Isom. Swung on and grounded to first base. Fielded cleanly by Wallace, and the Tigers will get out of the jam with no runs scored and 2 stranded on the bases. And that'll bring up the lineup for the Tigers here in the bottom of the first inning. Now coming to the bottom of the first, the Chattanooga State Tigers will step into the box first time this game. And on the mound is Dylan Alonzo. Last game was on the mound Adam Jameson. Sorry for the confusion. But Alonzo is on the mound this game. Stepping into the box for the first AB of this game is Sam Walter. Sophomore outfielder for the Tigers. Awaits the 0-0 and receives ball 1 on the outside part of the plate. Count will be 1-0. And the 1-0 pitch to Walter. Swung on and missed on the outside part of the plate. And it counts 1-1. The 1-1 to Walter. Swung on a hit to the first baseman side, and he gets past the first baseman. Walter stays at first base smartly. And that'll be an error on the first baseman, leading Walter to get on first base safely. Has reached base every single time today for the 4th time. 3 walks the first game, and now a error on the first baseman. Now stepping to the box, number 25, Devin McCarron, looking for his first hit of the day. Swung sharply, hit to the second baseman, and it's going to be a double play. Now comes to the plate Braden Graves. Sophomore for the Tigers this year. Has been electric in the box. And let's see if the Tigers can repeat the 2-out hitting they did on Friday very well. As Alonzo's 0-0 to Graves. Swung on and missed for strike 1. The 0-1 to Graves. Misses low and in for ball 1. One the counter here on Graves. 2 outs here in the bottom of the first inning. And there drops a curveball in for strike 2. 1-2 the count on Graves. As he digs in, waiting the pitch. 1-2. Misses high. Came back with another curveball. And evens count up to 2-2. The 2-2 from Alonso to Graves. Misses high for ball 3. And the 3-2 to Graves from Alonso. Misses inside high, and that's going to be a 2-out walk. Bringing up the first baseman, number 29, Logan Wallace. Wallace having a really good series so far. Looks to extend the Tigers at bat right here, with 2 outs here in the bottom of the first. Alonso comes set for the 0-0 to Wallace. The pitch. Swung on. Hit sharply to third. Third baseman fields it cleanly. Throws it over the diamond. And that'll be the 3rd out of the inning. Impatient swings from the Tigers early. Leads to the first time in this series not scoring in the first inning. And we're back here at the top of the second inning, where the Tigers are taking on the Chargers. And right now it's 0-0 heading to the top of the second. Malachi Eisen pitching for the Tigers. As number 25 steps in for the Chargers, Brady Hendricks. Columbia with 2 hits on the day for this game. Chattanooga with 0. First pitch swung on and popped up. Hit a mile high in the air. Devin McCarron comes in and makes the play for the first out. 1 pitch, 1 out here for Malachi Eisen. And that'll bring up, looks to be number 13, I believe. Not for sure yet. Awaiting the pitch. Eisen's 0-0. Ball low. is 0-1 for strike two. And the hitter in the box is number 18, Anthony Pastrana. Ahead in the count quickly is Isom, 0-2 to Pastrana. And here's the pitch. And it is blooped into right field. Sam Walter coming in to make the play, and he will. And that's the second out of the inning. And 2 outs here in the top of the second. Malachi Isom filling up the zone very well, and that'll bring up number 13, Russ Lambert. The catcher for today for the Chargers. Called the last game, and is catching this game as well. The 0-0 to Lambert. Called strike on the outside corner. Really great job by Malachi Isom getting ahead in the counts. As he delivers the 0-1 to Lambert. His ball low and count is 1-1. Isom. The 1-1 to Lambert. Swung on and hit sharply down the left field line. It's going to be a foul ball. Long strike for Lambert. And is quickly behind 1-2 in the count with 2 outs here in the top of the second. Isom on the mound. Ready to deliver. And what a diving stop by Wallace. Flips it over to Isom for the third out. Beautiful play over there with Wallace. Textbook. And that retires the side for Malachi Isom. And we're back here at the bottom of the second inning where the Chargers and the Tigers are going at it on Game 3 of this series. Alonso on the mound for the Chargers. As Carter Hansen, the third baseman for today, steps into the box for his first at-bat of this game. Tigers still have no hits, while the Chargers have 2. Alonso's first pitch to Hansen. It's taken right down the middle for strike 1. Alonso ahead 0-1 on Hansen. And delivers. Curveball just misses inside for ball 1. 1-1 to Hansen. Sails over the catcher's head, bounces off the backstop, and rolls right back to Alonso. That'll be ball 2. The count is 2-1. Two one to Hansen. It's low and outside for ball 3. On deck for the Tigers is Brody Blue, sophomore left-handed hitter and outfielder for the Tigers. The 3-1 to Hansen. Is a ball just missing low. That's a walk for Carter Hansen. And that brings up the lefty for his first at-bat of this game. Alonso not happy with the umpire's zone. As Brody Blue awaits the 0-0 from Alonso. Misses inside for ball 1. The 1-0. Misses high and outside for ball 2. Alonso behind the count 2-0 to Brody Blue. A hitter-friendly count for number 9 as he steps in for the 2-0 pitch. Very picky situation here. And misses low and inside for ball 3. 3-0 to Blue as Alonso toes the rubber. And the 3-0 pitch from Alonso. Misses high and outside for ball 4. 4 straight balls for Brody Blue, and that's 2 walks back-to-back for Alonso. Bringing up Taylor Head to the plate. The shortstop for the Tigers. Runners on first and second for the Tigers here, with no outs in the bottom of the second. And Taylor Head digs in for the box, waiting the 0-0. And the pitch misses low and down for ball 1. And the catcher will go meet with his pitcher to calm him down. On deck for the Tigers is number 8, Jonathan Vagoa, the sophomore catcher for today. As Taylor digs in for the 1-0 pitch from Alonso, with runners on first and second. The 1-0. Misses inside. And it's 2-0. Alonso comes set for the 2-0 pitch to Taylor Head. And misses high, and that's 3-0. Alonso behind in the count yet again. Taylor Head steps into the box. Alonso comes set for the 3-0 pitch to Taylor. And it's ball 4. 2 back-to-back 4-pitch walks for Dylan Alonso will load the bases up for the Tigers. Jonathan Vagoa will come to the plate for his first at-bat of the day. On deck for the Tigers is the lefty sophomore, Tyler Jones. Vagoa digs in. And the 0-0 pitch is high and ball one. The 1-0 pitch to Vagoa is low and outside for ball two. And coach is going to go meet with Alonso on the mound. After a brief mound visit, Vagoa steps in for the 2-0 pitch from Alonso. And is ball three high. And is now the third 3-0 count that Alonso has faced back to back to back. The 3-0 pitch. Right down the middle for strike one. Still a picky count here for Jonathan Vagoa, as there's no outs here in the bottom of the second inning with bases loaded and a 3-1 count. Excuse me. And fouls it off foul on the left side. Vagoa dig it in for the 3-2. Alonso's pitch. Fouled off. And the fight continues for Jonathan Vagoa. The 3-2 again from Alonso to Vagoa. Alonso comes set. And delivers. Fouled off again. Nice job by Jonathan Vagoa keeping the at-bat alive. The 3-2 once again. Alonso's pitch. Misses high, and that will be the fourth straight walk. And that'll walk in the first run for the Chattanooga State Tigers. Bringing up the lefty, Tyler Jones, with no outs here, bases loaded in the bottom of the second. The sophomore Jones digs in for the 0-0. Takes first pitch strike. And Alonso is now ahead 0-1. The 0-1 pitch to Jones. Strike two curveball caught on the inside part of the plate. Jones is behind 0-2. On deck for the Tigers is the top of the order, Sam Walter. The 0-2 to Jones. Hit sharply down the right field line, but foul. That may have cleared him if the ball was fair. But the fight continues. Jones digs in again for the 0-2. And takes strike three on the outside corner, and that's the first out for Dylan Alonso. And at the top of the order for the Tigers, Sam Walter is up to the plate. And on deck is Devin McCarron. Bless me. And the 0-0 to Walter. As a call curveball on the outside part of the plate. Alonso finding the zone now. As Walter digs in for the 0-1. Walter ducks out of the way of a curveball inside. It is now 1-1. The 1-1 to Walter. Taking high for a ball, and that's 2-1. Tigers still without a hit at the bottom of the second. With bases loaded. Walter takes pitch outside for ball 3, and is now 3-1. Walter steps in for the 3-1 pitch as Alonso comes set to deliver. Has a strike on the outside part of the plate. And is now full count 3-2. Walter steps in for the 3-2 with 1 out. And swing and a miss and strike 3. And Walter is retired. Now that brings up the sophomore, Devin McCarron, here with 2 outs here. Bases loaded. Alonso steps in. McCarron awaiting the 0-0 pitch. It takes a strike on the outside part of the plate. Count is 0-1. Alonso comes set for the 0-1 to McCarron. It's low and away for 1-1. Bases still loaded here for the Tigers with 2 outs. McCarron, the 1-1. Swung on and missed. The count is now 1-2. McCarron steps in for the 1-2. Alonso comes set. Swing and a miss. And Alonso works out of a bases loaded jam. But the Tigers take the lead 1-0. We're back at the top of the third inning. Columbia State Chargers and the Chattanooga State Tigers. Tigers lead 1-0. Malachi Isom still on the mound. And number 8, Katio Muto, is at the plate. First pitch swinging. Hit sharply at Braden Graves. Fielded cleanly. And thrown out at first base for the first out of the inning. That brings up the top of the order. Hudson Miles, number 3. Isom's 0-0 to Miles. This strike one on the inside part of the plate. Isom gets a sign. The 0-1. This is just outside for ball 1. The 1-1 for Miles from Isom. Swung on and fouled off of the right side. It'll be strike 2. The 1-2 from Isom. Misses. Low and outside for ball 2. The count is 2-2 now. The 2-2 from Isom. It's hit sharply into the left center field gap. McCarron calls it and makes the play. Tyler Jones sliding out of his way, and that'll be the second out of the inning. Nice job. Nice job done by Malachi Isom. And that'll bring up number 7, Tyler Jenkins, to the plate here with 2 outs in the top of the third inning. The 0-0 to Jenkins. Swung on a miss on the outside part of the plate, and the count is 0-1. Isom's 0-1. Just misses outside. Counts 1-1. The 1-1 from Isom. Just misses outside again. He's all around the zone. Just a little bit too out for the umpire's liking. 2-1 now the count on Jenkins. As Isom toes the rubber and delivers a 2-1. Down. And the count is 3-1. The 3-1 from Isom. Hit sharply into left field, right at Tyler Jones, and that's the third out of the inning. And Malachi Isom retires aside as we head into the bottom of the third. Now come to the bottom of the third inning. Tigers still leading the Chargers 1-0. Alonso still on the mound for the Chargers after working out of bases loaded jam last inning after only giving up 1 run. Braden Graves steps into the box, awaiting the 0-0. And a swing and a miss at a high fastball, and the count is 0-1. The 0-1 from Alonso. Fouled off. The count is 0-2. The 0-2 pitch from Alonso to Graves. It's fouled off on the right side. It looks like it's going to stay in foul territory where the first baseman can catch it for the first out of the inning. One out here at the bottom of the third inning for the Chargers. As the first baseman, number 29, Logan Wallace, steps into the bat. The 0-0 from Alonso. This is low and inside for ball 1. The 1-0 from Alonso to Logan Wallace. Swung on and popped up. Shallow center field. Center fielder will make a play on it. It's going to be 2 outs here. The bottom of the third inning. That'll bring up Carter Hansen. Hansen digs in for the 0-0 from Alonso. Has popped straight back for strike 1. Hansen digs in for the 0-1 from Alonso and awaits the pitch. It's hit to the third baseman. Third baseman comes up and jumps and grabs it. Throws it across the diamond for the third out of the inning. As we head into the top of the fourth inning, Chargers down 1-0 to the Tigers. We're back at the top of the fourth inning. The Tigers take the field. Number 16, Clint Seymour comes to the plate. Malachi Isom still on the mound for the Tigers as they lead 1-0 here. The 0-0 to Seymour from Isom. Swung on and popped up foul on the left side, and it's going to be strike one. The 0-1 from Isom. It's a called strike on the outside corner. The count is 0-2 on Seymour. Seymour awaiting the 0-2 from Isom. Is underway. Pitch low in the dirt, and that'll be ball one. The 1-2 from Isom to Seymour. Misses high for ball two, and the count is 2-2 now. The 2-2 from Isom. Swung on and hit to the first base. And it gets past Wallace. Be another hit for the Chargers. As Seymour reaches first base safely. And I'll bring up number 27, Bo Culver. Culver first at bat of this series was a single to left field. Double play is in order for the Tigers to be able to get 2 outs. Isom comes set for the 0-0 to Culver. And it's a lob back pick to first base. Keep the runner in check. And the count still remains 0-0. And the 0-0 pitch. This ball just low of the zone. It counts 1-0. The 1-0 pitch from Isom. It's a back pick to first. Quicker this time. But the runner makes it back safely. The 1-0 to Culver. Misses high and outside for ball two. Isom toes rubber for the 2-0 to Culver. Misses high and outside again for ball three. Gonna have a pitching mound visit from the coach. After a brief mound visit from the Tigers, Isom toes the rubber for the 3-0 pitch to Culver. No outs here in the top of the fourth inning, with a runner on first base. Runner bluff steals, and it's going to be a called strike for the first of the at-bat for Culver. 3-1 count to Culver. Runner fake steals again, and it's a called strike on the outside part of the plate. Count is now 3-2 to Culver. As Isom is finding the zone again. The 3-2 from Isom. pick the first. The runner will get back safely. The 3-2. Fouled off of the right side. Count will remain the same. Isom toes the rubber for the 3-2. This is high and outside for ball 4. Man on first and second for the Chargers now with no outs. And number 5, Camden Vaughn comes to the plate. Double play is still in order for the Tigers. First pitch to Vaughn. It's an inside move with no play. The 0-0 to Vaughn. Swung on and fouled back for the first strike. Counts 0-1. Wind is blowing hard here in Chattanooga for the third game here. May play a factor in the ball flight. The 0-1. This is outside for ball 1. Count is 1-1 now. The 1-1 from Isom. There's a strike on the outside corner. And the count is now 1-2. The 1-2 from Isom to Vaughn. It's deflected off Isom's glove. Braden picks it up, throws it to first, and that's going to be the first out of the inning. But the runners will advance to second and third. One out now for number 25, Brady Hendricks. Isom manages to get one out. As Hendricks digs in for the 0-0 from Isom. Wind is blowing in. So outfielders may have a chance for a play at the plate if hit in the outfield. 0-0. Swung on, popped up, dead center. McCarron coming in. Tyler calls him off, and it's going to be a tag at home. And it's a pump fake, and he tags up from third, and it's going to be a sac fly RBI. Not sure what Jones was thinking on that, not thinking he was going to tag. And it is now tied up at 1-1. Runner still at second base. And number 18 digs in, Anthony Pastrana, for his second at-bat of the day. Top of the fourth inning of this 7-inning game here with 2 outs. Swung on and fouled back for the strike 1. The 0-1 from Isom to Pastrana. Swung on, lined at Taylor Head, and it's going to be the third out of the inning. Not before the Chargers tie it up at 1 apiece as we head into the bottom of the fourth inning. come to the bottom of the fourth inning. Tigers and Chargers are tied up at 1 apiece here, as Alonso still on the mound here for the Chargers. Brody Blue digs in to lead off the inning. The 0-0 to Blue sails over the catcher to the backstop for ball 1. Count 1-0 to Blue. Swung on and fouled to the left side. It's going to be strike 1. The 1-1 to Blue from Alonso is underway. This is low in the dirt for ball 2. The 2-1 from Alonso. Strike 2 in the outside part of the plate. Counts even at 2-2 now. Tigers still without a hit this game. Columbia State with 3 and 1 error. Tigers with none. The 2-2. Swung on. Chips right to Alonso. Picks it up, throws it to first for the first out. Taylor Head comes to the plate with 1 out here at the bottom of the fourth inning. On deck for the Tigers, number 8, Jonathan Vagoa. Taylor Head looking for his first hit of the game here as he digs in for the 0-0. Here's the pitch. Swung on a miss with a fastball and strike 1. The 0-1 from Alonso to Taylor Head is a ball in the dirt. Skips past the catcher and hits the umpire in the leg. Count is now even at 1-1 here with 1 out. Tigers looking to take the lead. The 1-1 from Alonso to Taylor Head. Here's the pitch. This is high and outside for ball 2. Alonso's 2-1 to Taylor. Strike on the outside part of the plate. And the count is now even 2-2. The 2-2 to Taylor Head from Dylan Alonso. It's fouled off. The count still stays the same. Taylor digs in for the 2-2 count, here with 1 out. Alonso awaiting the signal. And here's the pitch. It's chopped to the third base. Third baseman comes in, makes the play, throws it over to first for the second out of the inning. Tigers still with no hits here in the bottom of the fourth. As Jonathan Vagoa comes to the plate, hoping to extend the Tigers' hitting with 2 outs. Alonso with early struggle. Looks like he is dialing back into the zone. And here's the 0-0. Outside corner, strike one on Vigola. The 0-1. Swung on and fouled off on the right side. And it'll be 0-2. Alonso ahead in the count. Vigola has to battle. Here with 2 outs. The 0-2 to Vigola from Alonso. It's fouled off again on the right side. And the fight continues. On deck for the Tigers, it's Tyler Jones. And that'll bring us to the top of the order after him. The 0-2. Swung on and fouled again. And the count will still remain at 0-2. The 0-2 to Vigola from Alonso. Strike 3. And Alonso showing life here at the bottom of the 4th as we head to the top of the 5th inning. As we come to the top of the 5th inning, still tied at 1 apiece. Chargers have 3 hits. Chattanooga has 0. As it comes to the bottom of the order here for the Chargers, number 13, Russ Lambert, the catcher, will step in, and Malachi Isom is back on the mound for the Tigers. The 0-0 from Isom. It's low and away for ball 1. The 1-0 pitch from Isom. Swung on, hit hardly to second. Oh, to shortstop. Taylor Head makes a fantastic backhand play for the first out of the inning. 2 pitches, 1 out here for Malachi Isom here in the top of the 5th inning. Hit sharply by Lambert. Taylor Head showing off some fancy glove work. And we have 1 out here. As number 8, Kaito Muto steps in the box for the Chargers. Last time up, hits a sharp ground ball to second base, and this time he goes opposite field for a base hit. And that's the 4th hit for the Chargers today. As the top of the order comes to the plate, number 3, Hudson Miles. Double play is in order for the Tigers here. Isom looks in for the 0-0 pitch to Miles. Back pick to first. Muto slides back in safely. Big lead for Muto at first base. Isom's delivery is popped up to left field. No tag at first. Tyler Jones is camped underneath it for the second out. That brings up number 7, Tyler Jenkins, here with 2 outs in the top of the 5th. Isom coming set on the 0-0 to Jenkins. Sharp pick to first. Muto slides back in safely. Close tag. Not in time. The 0-0 from Isom to Jenkins. There's a curveball strike. And Isom is ahead 0-1. Life in the bullpen from the Tigers is Will Horn. Isom comes set on the 0-1 to Jenkins. Fires a strike on the outside part of the plate for strike 2. Ahead in the count is Isom. And the 0-2 pitch from Isom. It's fouled off of the right side. It's going to carry out foul territory. And the count will still remain at 0-2. On deck for the Chargers is number 16, Clint Seymour. Jenkins digs in for the 0-2 pitch from Isom with a man on first base. And lob pick to first base. Keep the runner in check. And awaiting the 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Runner takes off. Foul ball. Sky to the left side. Will carry far out of the field of play. The count remains 0-2. Muto had a great jump at first base, but will gain no ground coming back to first. The 0-2 from Isom to Jenkins. Back pick to first. To keep him in check again. Still awaiting the 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. That's a balk. Malachi Isom balks. And that will cause the runner to move up 90 feet. Looks like the pitching coach is going to have a talk with Isom. The 0-2, as Isom toes the rubber. Muto, off a balk, advances to second base. And the 0-2 from Isom to Jenkins. His strike three call in the outside corner, and Malachi Isom gets it done. And Tyler Jones will lead it off for the Tigers and bring up the top of the order. As we come to the bottom of the fifth inning, Alonso still on the mound for the Chargers. We're tied at 1 apiece here, with 4 hits for the Chargers and none for the Tigers, as Tyler Jones digs in to lead off the inning. On deck is number 7, Sam Walter. And the 0-0 to Jones is underway. Ball high, 1-0. The 1-0 misses high and inside for ball 2. 2-0 to Tyler Jones. The 2-0 pitch. This ball high and outside for 3-0. Hitter-friendly count here for Tyler Jones. And the 3-0 pitch from Alonso. Strike 1 on the outside corner. 3-1 now to Tyler Jones, as Alonso toes the rubber. And the 3-1 pitch to Jones. It's high and inside for ball 4, and that'll be a leadoff walk for Tyler Jones. Bringing up the top of the order for the Tigers, number 7, Sam Walter, sophomore outfielder. Today's 0 for 1 with 2 walks and a strikeout. No outs here. As Walter digs in, squares the bunt. It's going to be a high ball. Tyler Jones is going to slide back into safely at first after a catcher back pick. And the count's 1-0. Walter did show bunt. May do it again, and he will. He squares. Runner takes off, and it's popped straight back foul for strike 1. Walter tried to push it to first base to avoid the third baseman. Count is now 1-1 to Walter. Third baseman playing in. Walter squares the bunt, and it's a pick off to first base. Jones slides back in safely. Alonso comes set on the 1-1 to Walter. As Walter squares, the pitch is jabbed at and fouled off for strike 2. The 1-2 from Alonso to Walter. It's a back pick to first base. Jones slides back in safely. After 2 failed bunt attempts from Walter, count is now 1-2. Has to battle at the plate. The 1-2 to Walter is a strikeout. There's one out here. The bottom of the 5th inning, and Devin McCarron is at the plate now. Sophomore center fielder for today. Looking for his first hit. Looking for the first hit for him, as well as the Tigers in general. Man on first base. Alonso looks in. And the 0-0 to McCarron. There's a curveball on the outside part of the plate for strike 1. McCarron 0 for today. Looking to break that streak. Here in the bottom of the 5th inning. The 0-1 count, 1 out. Back pick to first. Jones is back safely. On deck for the Tigers, number 3, Braden Graves. McCarron steps in for the 0-1 pitch from Alonso. That's a called. Strike 2 on the outside part of the plate, curveball. McCarron is down 0-2 to Alonso. Swung on a missed. Strike 3. And now 2 outs here. The bottom of the 5th inning. Braden Graves is up to bat with Tyler Jones at first base. Alonso getting 2 strikeouts after walking Tyler Jones. Brings up the second baseman for the Tigers. The 0-0 to Braden Graves. Slowing outside. It's a pass ball, and Tyler Jones advances to second base safely. Runner in scoring position for the Tigers here. Braden Graves breaking up the no-hitter for Alonso. Still tied at 1 apiece here in the bottom of the 5th inning with 2 outs. Counts 1-0 to Braden Graves. And the 1-0 pitch. Swung on, hit sharply up the middle. Shortstop comes and gets it, throws across the diamond for the 3rd out. Yet again, stranded base runners for the Tigers, getting nothing out of it as we head into the top of the 6th inning. as we head into the top of the 6th inning of this 7-inning game. Still tied at 1 apiece here, as Malachi Isom is still on the mound for the Tigers, and number 16, Clint Seymour, steps into the box. Columbia with 4 hits, Tigers with none. Isom's 0-0 to Seymour. Misses low and inside for ball 1. The 1-0 pitch from Isom to Seymour. Misses high and outside for ball 2. Two 0 pitch from Seymour. From Isom to Seymour. Swung on and popped up a mile high. Sam Walter coming in to make the play. And he will for the first out. Wind blowing, causing the ball to do some things in the air. But nevertheless, 1 out is recorded in the top of the 6th inning. I'm going to bring up number 27, Bo Culver. One out here, as Isom toes the rubber for the 0-0 to Culver. Low in the dirt for ball 1. On deck for the Chargers is number 5, Camden Vaughn. Isom's 1-0 to Culver. High. And 2-0. Same situation with Seymour. Starting off 2-0 in the count. The 2-0 pitch to Culver is a strike. The count is now 2-1. Isom's 2-1 pitch to Culver is missed just barely at the top of the zone for 3-1. Small miss from Isom on the mound. Culver, watchful eye. And the count is now 3-1. Here's strike 2, the outer part of the plate. The count is now full at 3-2. Isom toes the rubber for the 3-2. 1 out here in the top of the 6th. It's a high fly ball. Hit foul and deep. Staying fair probably would have been a home run, but it's just a long strike, and the count will stay at 3-2. The 3-2 to Culver from Isom. Here's the pitch. And fouled off on the right side. And the battle continues for Culver in the box. Still 3-2. As Isom toes the rubber, gets the sign, and Culver steps in. That 3-2 is underway. It is swung on foul down the left side. And the count still remains at 3-2. Isom's 3-2 to Culver. Gets him with the strikeout. Nice job by Isom competing in that count. And that records the 2nd out of the inning at the top of the 6th. And that'll bring up number 5, Camden Vaughn. Really good competitive pitches by Isom right there in that sequence. Bring up the lefty, Vaughn. No 0 to Vaughn from Isom. Swung on and popped up. It looks like it's going to get out of territory. Great effort from Jonathan Vagoa behind the plate. And the count is 0-1 to Vaughn. Isom. The 0-1 to Vaughn. Misses inside for a ball. Count is now even at 1-1 with 2 outs here in the top of the 6th. Isom receives a sign, toes the rubber, and the 1-1 is underway. Here's the pitch. Called strike fastball on the outside part of the plate, and the count is now 1-2. One-two pitch here from Isom to Vaughn. Swung on. Walter chasing it. And is a fair ball down the line. Will hold to a long single as Walter cuts it off as quick as he can and gets it in. 2-out hit here for the Chargers. Now bringing 5 hits on the day for the Chargers. We'll bring up number 25, Brady Hendricks. Isom doing a great job filling up the zone. And the 0-0 to Hendricks from Isom. Runner on first base now with 2 outs. Swung on. Hit sharply. Looks like it's going to get down for a base hit. Walter cuts it off. And gets it in quickly. And now it is. Runners at second and third now with 2 outs here. Walter does a fantastic job getting the ball in as soon as he can, limiting the runners from scoring. Isom filling up the zone very well, and will stay out there. Bullpen active for the Tigers here, top of the 6th inning. Will Horn looks to be getting warmed up, and that'll bring up number 18, Anthony Pastrana. And Vigoa will meet with the pitcher to calm him down. Brief mound visit from the catcher. Jonathan Vigoa to Malachi Isom. Isom throwing the ball very well today for the Tigers. 6 hits now for the Chargers on the day. Isom's 0-0 to Pastrana. Swung on and popped up.
Oh gosh. Somebody. Crap. Fire.
And that is another miscue from the catcher. Would have got out of the inning if caught. Costly mistake. Number 2 on the day and number 4 on the weekend. An issue for the Tigers here. Wind is blowing. But no excuse there for that. And the 0-1 from Pastrana from Isom. It's underway. And called strike on the inside part of the corner. And now is 0-2. Isom filling up the zone. Isom comes set on the 0-2 to Pastrana. And chop to third. He's got to throw. And it's not going to be a throw. And the Chargers take a lead 2-1 here in the top of the 6th inning. And a costly error from behind the plate. Cost the Tigers a run. Now it's 7 hits on the day for the Chargers and none for the Tigers. The score is now 2-1 Chargers. Runners on first and second now. For Russ Lambert, the catcher, as Isom comes set. Delivers a strike on the outside part of the corner. Fastball. Count is now 0-1. Isom doing a fantastic job filling up the zone. Defensive miscues. The 0-1 pitch from Isom to Lambert. It's a strike on the outer part of the plate. And Isom finding a good tempo. Gets back on the mound, receives a sign, and is ready to go. Lambert taking his time getting in the box. Isom toes the rubber. Ready to deliver a pitch. Runner takes off for third, and as a ball high, just misses out of the zone. Count is now 1-2 to Lambert. Catcher giving the first and third signals as Isom receives a sign and toes the rubber. Big lead at first base. Swung on, fly ball, hit to Tyler, out in left field. That'll be the third out of the inning, but not before an error has cost the Tigers a tie game here in the sixth inning as we go to the bottom of the sixth. As we come into the bottom of the sixth inning, Chargers are now up 2-1 on the Chattanooga State Tigers. Dylan Alonso still on the mound for the Chargers as Logan Wallace comes to the plate to lead off the inning. On deck is Carter Hansen, and after him, Brody Blue. First pitch offering to Wallace is a curveball, dropping there for a strike. 0-1 the count on Wallace. 0-2 the count on Wallace as another curveball drops in there for a strike. 0-2 from Alonso to Wallace. This is low and away on a fastball. Count is now 1-2. As Wallace steps in for the 1-2, Alonso gets the sign. The 1-2 is underway to Wallace. And watches strike three on the outside part of the plate for the first out of the inning. Now stepping to the plate, number 24, Carter Hansen, third baseman for today for the Tigers. Looking to break up this no-hitter Alonso has through 6 innings. and hopefully potentially find a way to find on base and score to tie this game up. Don't know what the issue there was, but nevertheless, there's a ball. Is 1-0. Ball 1 to Carter. Hanson awaiting the 1-0 pitch from Alonso. Misses high and outside with a fastball for ball 2. Alonso gets the pitch for the 2-0 to Hanson. Is underway. There's a strike on the outer side part of the plate for a 2-1. Hanson digs in for the 2-1 count as Alonso comes set, is ready to throw the pitch. The 2-1. Swung on and missed with a fastball. Count is now 2-2. Hanson digs in for the 2-2. There's a ball. Now it's 3-2. Hanson needing to battle to stay alive in this 3-2 count with 1 out in the bottom of the 6th inning. The 3-2 from Alonso. High and up, and that's ball 4. And Hanson finds a way to reach first base. And that'll bring up Brody Blue to the plate. 1 out here, the bottom of the 6th inning. Man on first base. Brody Blue looking for his first hit of the day. There will be a pinch runner at first base, and that will be number 35, Damani Moten. Damani, a smart speedster for the Tigers. Has quite a few stolen bags on the year. And the Tigers are looking to get something started here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Alonso getting the sign and towing the rubber. Brody Blue awaiting the 0-0. Swung on, hit to the left side. Left fielder comes in, camped underneath it for the 2nd out. That'll bring up Taylor Head, the shortstop for the Tigers. Taylor Head digging in for the 0-0 pitch from Alonso. Back pick to first. And Moten slides back in safely. Check swing. Damani Moten takes off. Count is 0-1 on Taylor Head. Damani Moten reaches second base safely. The 0-1 pitch to Taylor. Swung on, hit sharply to left field. Left fielder going back. Looks like he's camping underneath it. And that's the 3rd out of the inning. Come to the top of the 7th inning. Chargers still leading the Tigers 2-1. New pitcher on the mound here for the Tigers in his 3rd appearance of this series, Kendall Brewer. Closed out last game. And the 0-0 pitch from Brewer. It's a ball low. And count as 1-0. Number 8 in the box, Kai Muto, will lead off the inning. On deck will be the top of the order, number 3, Hudson Miles. The 1-0 from Kendall. Swung on a miss for strike 1. The 1-1 from Brewer. This is high for ball 2. And the count is now 2-1. The 2-1 for Brewer to Muto. Squares around, bunts it. Kendall Brewer fields it, bobbles it, and it's going to be a single. Situational bunt there from Muto. Brewer couldn't field it cleanly, but the double play is still in order. And that'll bring up Hudson Miles with no outs here in the top of the 7th inning. 2-1 the score. Chargers lead Tigers. And the 0-0 from Brewer just misses outside for 1-0. Sharp pickoff move from Brewer to first, but Muto will slide back in safely. And awaiting the 1-0 pitch from Brewer. The 1-0. Swung on and fouled off to the left side. Count is now even at 1-1. The 1-1 from Brewer. It's a pickoff move to first base. Muto slides back in safely. The 1-1 from Brewer. Squares. It's going to be a ball. Two and 1 the count here for Brewer to Miles. Here's the pitch. This is high for 3-1. The 3-1 from Brewer to Miles. Swung on, hit sharply to the 6-hole, and it's going to be a single for Miles. And that will be runners at first and second now for the Chargers with no outs here in the top of the 7th. I'm going to bring up number 7, Tyler Jenkins. Double play is still in order for the Tigers to get 2 outs. The 0-0 to Jenkins. Squares the bunt. Ball outside. The count is 1-0. The 1-0 pitch to Jenkins. It's popped up on the left side. Out of play. The count is now 1-1. Kendall Brewer. Evens count back up to 1-1. Jenkins squares the bunt. And he will. Kendall will get the lead runner at third base. Job well done by Kendall Brewer. And that will be the first out of the inning. That'll bring up number 16, Clint Seymour. Double play is still in order here for the Tigers. The 0-0 from Brewer to Seymour is hit to left field, right at Sam Walter, tag at second base, and he will take off. And it is cut off by the shortstop, and there is 2 outs here. Top of the 7th inning. The Chargers lead 2-1. And that'll bring up number 27, Bo Culver. Kendall Brewer getting 2 outs so far. First and third signal given by the catcher. Miles at third base. And Jenkins at first base for the base runners for the Chargers. As Culver steps in for the 0-0 against Brewer. It's a ball low and away for ball 1. Counts 1-0. The 1-0 pitch from Brewer to Culver. It's strike 1 on the outside part of the plate, and the count's even at 1-1. The 1-1 pitch from Brewer to Culver. It's a back pick to first, and they got him picked off.
No.
Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it.
There's a runner. Shit. Sorry.
Gets him out at home. Gets him out at home. Gets him out at home, and they get out of it.
Sorry. I'm sorry, I can't.
And some enthusiasm in the press box. And it gets it done, and we head into the bottom of the 7th inning. Chargers leading 2-1. As we head into the bottom of the 7th. Last chance for the Tigers to tie this game up or walk it off. Alonso's still on the mound here for the Chargers. And leading off this inning is number 5, Braden King. On deck is number 13, Tyler Jones. And the first pitch to Braden King is ball 1. King, a very watchful eye at the plate, sophomore. Steps in. The 1-0 pitch is a strike on the outer side part of the plate. The 1-1 is a strike on the outside part of the plate, curveball. And the count is now 1-2. The 1-2. Slap down third base line, and it's foul ball. One-two, still the count here. Alonso versus Braden King. Last chance here for the Tigers to tie this game up or win it. The 1-2 from Alonso to King. Fouled off, and the count still continues. Tigers have already taken the series with a 2-1. With 2 wins already in the series in this 3-game series. But Tigers are looking for a sweep. The 1-2. It's a ball low in the dirt, and the count is now 2-2 even. King steps in for the 2-2 against Alonso. The 2-2. And it hits him. Job well done by Braden King to find a way on base. And that gets the Tigers started with something here in the bottom of the 7th inning. And Tyler Jones steps up to the plate, sophomore, left-handed swinger. And on deck will be Sam Walter. And we'll have a pitcher's visit from the coach. And it looks like it's going to be the end of the game for Dylan Alonso. And that will do it for Dylan Alonso for today. Going 6 innings and no hits allowed with 1 run. Now pitching for the Chargers, number 40, Jay Watson. We're back here at the bottom of the 7th inning with man on first base, no outs here for Tyler Jones. And Jay Watson is on the mound for the Chargers. Jones digging in for the 0-0 pitch. Squares to bunt. He pulls back. He takes it for a strike on the outside part of the plate. 0-1 the count on Jones. Has a back pick to first, and King will slide back in safely. Jones awaiting the 0-1 pitch from Watson. Swing and hit off the pitcher, and that's going to be an infield single for Jones. Tyler Jones with a hard line drive back at the middle off of Jay Watson. Hopefully he's okay. It looked to hit him in a pretty specific spot. And hopefully he can continue in this game. And now we'll bring at the top of the order for the Tigers, Sam Walter. Tyler Jones has broken up the no-hitter for the Chargers here today in the bottom of the 7th inning. And after a brief mound visit from the coach, Sam Walter steps in with runners on first and second for the Tigers. Brody Blue at first base. Braden King at second base. Tyler Jones at first. Walter squares around to bunt. He pulls back, takes it for strike one. Oh, 0-1 the count on Walter. As the first baseman's creeping in, Walter squares the bunt, and he does, and it's a good one down the third base line, and he's going to be safe. Everybody's safe for the Tigers. What a bunt from Walter. And that brings up Devin McCarron. Everybody's safe for the Tigers after a phenomenal bunt down the third base line from Sam Walter. Braden King, Tyler Jones, and Sam Walters all on the base path. And Devin McCarron is up at the plate with a chance to walk this game off, or at least tie it. Infield playing in for the Chargers, and rightfully so. Here's the pitch. Swung on and fouled off, and the count is 0-1. The count on Devin McCarron. And his ball low, and the count is now 1-1. It's like a technology malfunction and wristband swap from the shortstop to the pitcher. 1-1 the count on McCarron. One of the hottest hitters on this Chattanooga State baseball team. Awaits the 1-1. Swing and a miss. And the count is now 1-2. Jay Watson ahead in the count. And on deck for the Tigers is number 3, Braden Graves. Takes ball on the inside part of the plate, and the count is now 2-2. A watchful eye from McCarron. A little too close for comfort. The count is now even at 2-2. McCarron steps in, waits a 2-2 from Watson. And misses way outside for ball 3. And the count is now 3-2 with the tying run on third base and the winning run at second base. McCarron digs in for the 3-2. And Watson walks it, and the ball game is tied up. Winning run at third base now with no outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Tied game at 2-2. Now Braden Graves up to bat. Has a chance to walk this game off with a sacrifice fly. The 0-0 pitch to Graves is taken. High and inside pitch for ball 1. The catcher getting hit in the hand in the process. Umpires having a discussion on what happened. But as of right now, the count is 1-0. And the count will stand as 1-0. I guess they're asking if it was a foul ball. And as what I can hear and see from ready lips from the coach, they're saying it should be a foul ball. Bud? And that's a warning for the coach for Columbia State, and the count will be 1-0. Crowd not pleased with the call. Count is now 1-0. That's a ball low, and the count is 2-0. Chattanooga State Tigers, only with 2 hits in this game, had the chance to walk it off with bases loaded in the bottom of the 7th. And the 2-0 pitch. Swung on. Grounded. Pulls him off, and the Tigers are going to walk it off. The Tigers are going to walk it off on a miscued throw. And Braden Graves walks it off. And that is a sweep for the Chattanooga State Tigers over Columbia State Chargers. Thank you for tuning in and watching this series. It was a hard-fought series these past 2 games. Tigers taking the first game 12-3. Tigers winning the second game 2-1. And the Tigers taking the third game 3-2. Thank you for tuning in, and that'll be all for today.